How are we doing, everyone? How is everyone doing? Can you hear me? Can you hear me well? A little bit of some dumpy price action today, but we've been talking about this. The question is, are we cooked? Good morning, everyone. First light, good morning, good morning, good morning. US stock market opens in 8 minutes from now. And it's lovely to see everyone joining the live stream again. Vision Pulsed Fat Boy, here we are again. Good morning, 28 World. Hello. Buy high, sell low. Correct. That is correct. Guys, what did we discuss in the previous updates? A potential drop before a bounce higher. We're getting the drop. Let's see. So, the news of today is Strategy sold some more Bitcoin. Now, he previously only sold 32 Bitcoins, and that was more of a test. But recently, between June 29th and July 5th, Strategy sold around $216 million worth of Bitcoin. The company sold no shares under its ATM program and made no share repurchases. Bitcoin sale proceeds were used to fund preferred stock payments, while its cash reserve stood at $2.55 billion. He did it. He sold some more Bitcoin. "28 World, ISM services PMI in 40 minutes. Is that the case? Well, then we have a jam-packed live stream today. Let's see. That is correct. Someone said they shorted the top and passed their first challenge. Hey, it's Marty. Congratulations on that. Congratulations on that. Guys, trades, I have to be honest, my trades are looking exactly the same. We had a nice move up here, and there's a lot of ways that you can look at the market right now. Last week's weekly candle was a very nice one. This is a very nice weekly candle. However, the monthly candle, as we discussed in my previous video, was pretty damn ugly. Grigor says, that's really weird. I wonder what Saylor's supporters would say. They always find a way to call him a genius no matter what he does. Yeah, I agree. It's very interesting that that's how they see him as a hero. Saylor is a hero. But this is what happens. Now, I think that a potential scenario that we have to pay attention to is people getting way too bearish here, and the relief rally simply continues. So I'm pretty content. I have to say I'm pretty content. We had an excellent entry on the long, and I may look to compound this. Let's take a look at the liquidity quickly. Yeah, this is what I'm saying. Guys, I will do my best to have multiple live streams per week. Today we'll probably have a pretty solid one, probably between 4 and 6 hours. We'll be here covering the price action. But if you also have 10 minutes of your time to view the video updates, I would highly recommend you do that as well, because on the weekends we're still posting those updates. And in my last update and the previous updates, we talked about, okay, cool, we got the bounce from sub $58,000, but because of how the liquidity was piled up, a lot of people chasing longs, it made sense that we could get a little bit of pullback. So on the 7-day, there's a lot of longs in the market. And keep in mind, we are still in a bear market, right? We are still in a bear market. I still think that this summer relief rally can continue, but if we just get more and more people piling into longs, then you know the drill. We are more than comfy with the shorts as well. Can you guys hear the music? It's a little bit more chill today. I'm also interested in hype around this zone. Two minutes until the stock market opens. We'll talk about the liquidation map. Hey, it's Marty. Yeah, we'll talk about this, how I read this chart. Just to be clear, though, this is just for Confluence. This isn't the be-all, end-all, but it has historically helped me out a lot in getting great trade setups. Fear and Greed Index, 24. CVD looking like this. We have a lot of liquidity to the downside. We do. We do. All right. Stock market is open. Vamos. Cali Compiler says, I think this Saylor stuff gets absorbed and we continue the relief. Bitcoin finds a way to rhyme. Might be a bumpy road, though. Guys, that's exactly what I've been saying in terms of if Bitcoin is to get a more sustained relief rally, we have to understand that relief rallies in bear markets are, what's the word I'm looking for? Relief rallies in bear markets are ugly to say the least. So what I mean by this is, as we discussed in my previous video, look, you can see the drawings are still there. It's not a straight up pump. It's not like the crazy bull market price action where you just explode, consolidate, but rather what actually happens is, if this is the low, assuming it is the local low for now, as you guys know, I still think that Bitcoin goes lower over the course of this year. If this is the low, the price action will likely continue to get choppy to the upside, similar to what we saw here. Look at this. This is not easy to trade unless you got a very good entry near the lows, which we did. Within the community, we longed Bitcoin at $58,100. You can see here this trade is currently up around $60,000 total. I've already taken some profits because, you know, no one is a fortune teller. You have to take profits, particularly on long trades in a bear market. So yeah, this was shared within the community. Guys, all of my trades, whenever I go long, whenever I go short, are shared within the community. If you DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram, using this link in the description down below, you get access to my group. It's a free group where you trade with your own capital, and we have tons of exchange options if you're looking to join that. It's where I take my trades. It's where I share all of my own trades. I'm still holding the majority of my shorts as well. I'd like to, in this live stream, also elaborate on why I go short and why I go long, because some people don't seem to understand. There's this view from a swing trading perspective that you have to be positioned one way, and that couldn't be further from the truth. So we'll talk about that in today's live stream. We'll talk about the liquidity. We'll talk about the positioning overall from short to long. We'll talk about the scenarios that can play out, whether Bitcoin capitulates from here or when we can start looking into a structural higher low from these pivots that we saw at around sub 58K. Whether we can see continuation on this rally or not, or are we just going to capitulate further? Because, you know, this is some pretty significant news here. Do you have your stops at the long? So the way that, all right, let's go through some comments. I'm going to leave the chart open here. As we go through some comments. All right. So, yeah, alts are looking pretty okay right now. Alrighty. Let's go through some comments. I'm reading my comments right here. Let's do it. As we wait for this price action to develop, we also have PMI data coming out in 25 minutes. So, let's scroll up. Saylor sucks. He's just doing what he needs to do, right? What is the level for entering a long again? Yahi Music. I have already entered the long, right? Alts are looking stronger. Opened a long within your community at 58.2K. Thanks, Matt. What levels are you looking now to add to your long trade? So, I would like to see the majority of the downside liquidity swept. I have to be honest with you guys. I think that we can still get some relief. But for me to justify adding to this position, I want to see a lot of liquidity swept. And right now, I wish, I don't make the rules, but I wish Yes, there are some shorts piling in, but on the 7-day, I wish not so many people went long. So a sweep of 59 would be ideal, I have to say. But maybe we don't get that. 60.5. 60.5. Will you add more to your long? Legends, if I decide to adjust any of my positions, it's shared in the group. I am in a massive Bitcoin short still, but I have entered a long at 58.1. Let's go through some more comments here. People bought the top again. Maybe. Legends, if you're in my community, you will know whether or not I add to my long, if I adjust my positions. Guys, it's a free community if you want to join. For now, I sit on my hands because, guys, this was still a pretty big long. I've secured over $30,000 in profit, and I'm playing with the unrealized. My stop loss on this long, just to be transparent, is 56.7. So even if my stop loss gets hit, I make $20,000 on this trade. That's how you want to trade this market. Just tried your new bot. It seems to work well. Awesome. I'm glad. I am glad. I still need to add the other options because, as you guys probably know, to join my community, I have all these exchanges. I trade on Bluffin and Weeks mainly, but we now have Kraken as an option, but it requires manual work. So, let's go through some more comments here. You started without me? Really, I waited all morning. Macau 20. I'm in a little bit of a different time zone here, guys. So bear with me. It is morning here. Mohammed Khalaf says he closed his long. Fair enough. If that's how you want to play it, that's how you want to play it. I'm content with how this is looking right now. We nailed the long. Now it's about deciding whether or not we can compound. Cade Max says, I like shorts. My non-financial advice here is there isn't much of an edge. Right now, at this zone, there is not much of an edge. Some of you might be saying, what exactly do you mean? This is a little bit of a zone where you want to wait to see how the price action develops, because it's risky to short here knowing that we dumped at the start of the week. A lot of the times when we dump at the start of the week, we can get a retrace back to the upside. However, with a lot of the longs, the long liquidity that is still to the downside here, it's also risky to just immediately jump into a long. Probably not the answer you want to hear, but legends, as a swing trader, I really do take my time with these things. I try to get as good of a position as possible, and then I maintain that position in this market. We have a lot of longs that have jumped in. Let's not ignore these facts. But today we have a lot of shorts that have piled in as well. So it could be a choppy environment. Price action to the upside for Bitcoin in a bear market is choppy, is ugly, is staircasey to the upside. That's usually what happens. Remember, staircase up, elevator down. The idea here is that we form a higher low before continuation. Tyler Wiley asks me, which month do I think Bitcoin will bottom? Guys, I am not a fortune teller. I do follow the 4-year cycle, of course, we've talked about it, and that would suggest that it could be in October. But I'm very cognizant of the fact that we don't have to bottom at a certain day on a certain month. It doesn't have to happen like that. It's just a general guideline, right? So for me, I'm looking more at key zones for me to accumulate. Timing the bear market bottom is very, very difficult. For the sake of my existing long, the best case scenario here is Bitcoin dropping, people getting overly bearish again, and then we have another move to the upside. I got a very funny comment on my YouTube channel, and I'd like to show it because it shows you who you're trading against. It shows you who you're trading against. I think it was in this video. So many scammers. Let's just refresh this. Where is it? This person. Pay attention, guys. Stop with the shorts. Be more positive and other people will follow you. We have to talk about this because, guys, shorting the market is not negative. Longing the market is not positive. Price action is what it is. I just want to make money. At the end of the day, why are you trading this market? To make money. More dollars in your pocket. So if shorting the market makes me more money in a bear market than longing, I will continue to short. Be more positive. Maybe this is why the channel isn't at 100,000 subscribers, because I'm a little bit more realistic than most. But let's see. I'm in a long. I think this person is a little bit frustrated because my grand target for my long, and right now you can see we're trying to pop back above the anchored VWAP. My grand target for my long on this relief rally is in this zone over here. Whether we make a new low or not is yet to be determined, but my target is between $69,000 to $74,000. I think it's possible based on what history would suggest. But for this to happen, I would really, really like to see a lot of aggressive shorts in the market. Piss poor shorts. People starting to short really aggressively right here. Right now, we're not seeing that, unfortunately. We know that July is historically a pretty decent month for Bitcoin. Average of 7.55%. Median of 8%. I still think that the summer relief rally can be on here. Alts are holding up reasonably well. A short seller is a delayed buyer, which is arguably more positive than a delayed seller. True. Pharma Weeb says, I feel like the bottom is going to be front ran and will actually bottom in late September since everyone is expecting a bottom in October. What do you think? It is possible. I'm open to anything. Now, there's such a thing as time-based capitulation and price-based capitulation. I have stated publicly that if Bitcoin, for whatever reason, just nukes down to, say, 50, sub 50 from here, just throwing it out there, if that happens, we could be looking at a bottom earlier than previous cycles. However, so long as we have this choppy price action to the downside, staircase up, elevator down, staircase up, elevator down, I still think that the bottom can be later in the year. Perhaps it's early September. We have to look at where the zones are, where's a nice level to accumulate. And if you've been following the YouTube channel, if you've been in my community, we've discussed it time and time again that sub $60,000 was a good zone to start dollar cost averaging into Bitcoin. I've been beating on this drum for months now, and we finally got sub 60K. Even though I think we can go lower after this relief rally, for people that have no exposure to Bitcoin, it's a decent zone. Nice. Nice pump. I'd like to see a sweep of these lows for me to justify adding to my long position. So 59, 9, 60K. Just reconfirming above. But as we discussed in my previous video, pullback beginning of the week, and then perhaps we can continue higher. But I want to see some of these longs wiped out, man. In our group, we've had an excellent long entry, and there was ample opportunity because I know some members in the group actually entered below $58,000 once I became a little bit more bullish, which is great, but I will still hold my shorts. Right now, I think if I do the math quickly, 60, 50, so that's about 100, call it 100, 600. We're up almost $700,000 across all, sorry, almost $800,000 across all my trades. I have 4 trades open. The big Bitcoin short, Tau short, Bitcoin long, and then another Bitcoin short. I'm maintaining these positions, legends. Nice move to the upside, though. I still think the relief rally can continue. This is good if the next 4-hour candle closes back above 61.8. This starts to look pretty nice. Guys, all of these trades, these 4 trades were shared in my group. As soon as I take a trade, it's shared immediately in this Telegram community. It's a free community if you want to join. Just DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram, and I'd be more than happy to add you to my free group where I share all of my own personal trades and my overall market analysis. You can use Bluffin to get access to that because you're trading with your own money. There's actually a very good promotion below me right here. Plus, we have these other options down below. And for those of you that want to be fully compliant, well, we have this option down here as well. Nice pump. Nice pump. Nice reclaim. If we can reclaim this, it looks very solid. Very, very solid. We're in the longs. How are you guys liking the music today? Is it loud enough? Louder? Lower? What do you think about hype? We'll talk about that in the stream as well. Awesome. Music is spot on. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Legends, I'm trying to also do something, and I need to figure out what's the easiest way to do it. But if you're in my free Telegram community, I want to make sure that we can try and have all of you that are commenting some kind of banner, some kind of membership icon, so I know, okay, this person's in the community, and I will address your comments on the live stream sooner, and you will be prioritized. I think that that's a good way to do it, because I know that a lot of people within the community are tuning into the live streams as well, but I need to figure out how to do that, somehow connect Telegram ID to... we need to sort that out, because it would be very, very nice to know who is within the community, who isn't, and then prioritize community members on the live stream. I think it was Grigor that may have suggested that, but... and Legends, if you're enjoying the stream so far, make sure to smash that like button. In 8 minutes, we have the PMI data coming out. Because right now, it's impossible for me to tell who's in the community and who's not. I mean, I know a couple of you, of course. But, oh yeah, what a game. I was watching that last night. Mexico, England. What a game. Just use Claude to help you with that. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Claude is the go-to. This is starting to look pretty decent, Legends. Going for a cheeky reclaim here. Obviously, there's a lot of time until that 4-hour candle closes. We have the PMI data coming out. We have some shorts that have jumped into the market today specifically, but on the 7-day, guys, there are a lot of longs in this market. Gregor asks, what would you say about the Canadian goalkeeper fooling the Moroccan goalkeeper? Let's not talk about it, man. I have to say, though, I am proud of how we played in the first half. I don't think that the scoreline reflects the Canada-Morocco game adequately. Obviously, at the end, you just give up a bunch of goals because you're just going for it. But the first half, I genuinely felt like we were the better team, which is huge because, guys, Morocco is a top 10 footballing nation. Some people don't rate them. I mean, I've always rated them. And we played very, very well the first half. We just didn't have that kind of clinical finishing. And naturally, if you give opportunities away to the Moroccans, they will finish. I mean, last World Cup, they made it to the semifinals, right? So that was history for Canada. Furthest we've ever made it in our entire history. I remember growing up playing football, it was almost frowned upon because everyone just plays hockey here. Hockey, lacrosse. So, happy with how they performed. They pushed hard, but it was unsustainable. They had high tempo. Similar to what Mexico were doing against England to kick off the game. It was high tempo. You can't sustain that, right? You cannot sustain that. All right, data coming out in 5 minutes. '28 world, we wiped out a lot of longs quickly already. I think economic data is going to confirm the trend. So here's the thing, 28 world. I don't know why I said 21. Yes and no. So we wiped out some longs on the one day. Cool. Cool. But this I don't like seeing. That being said, this can stay like this for quite some time. We don't have to grab the downside liquidity. I would personally like to see a sweep of 59 for me to compound into my existing long. But right now, guys, oh, shoot. Right now, my long is looking lovely. Almost up $70,000 on this trade. What can you say? This was shared within the community. Everyone was very, very bearish. And this was always going to be a zone we would bounce from. But now I need to see if this can sustain. Salvador Perez says MicroStrategy is a great opportunity. It might be, maybe it performs well, but as I've discussed multiple times, I am not a fan of his business model. I don't believe in what they do, and so I don't invest in it, right? I'd rather own the underlying asset, which is Bitcoin. That's it. Sesh Monkey says, I want Bitcoin to drop so that I can add to the long. Today's game is going to be fire. Yaz Shah. Yeah, man. I know you guys are used to me doing the super long live streams, and I've been building back into it since being off. Today will be a good one. Economic data coming out in 1 minute, but the game starts at 3 p.m. Canada time, so I will not be live then, which is like 7 hours from now. So another 7 hours. We're not going to do a marathon stream today, but it'll be like a solid, I would say, over 4 hours, maybe 5 hours, 5, 6. Let's see how we feel. Data time. Legends, this tool that I'm using, MindPillar, what we're doing here is I'm trying to build out a tool that is just top notch for investing in crypto, but also trading. So we have things like CVD. 1 second, the economic data just came out. Should pop up. Shows PMI 54 in June, consensus was 54. Bit of a nothing burger then. Nothing has really changed. Yasha, do you wake up at 5 a.m. in Canada? I don't, close, man. Close. When I'm in Canada, because it's completely reversed, I don't mind waking up early, but then I also go to sleep very early. Like, I will genuinely go to sleep at like 8 p.m. I think anyone that says, you don't need to sleep is full of crap. That's actually an underrated thing that I haven't spoken about. Sleep. as it pertains to trading. Getting good sleep, it just helps you make better decisions in the market because you're well rested. I don't want to downplay it. There's this grinding culture, and don't get me wrong, I'm part of the grinding culture. You see me doing the super long live streams and stuff like that. That suggests that you can't sleep. You need to just do everything and get no sleep because there's not enough time in the day. I'm telling you right now, the quality of your life and the quality of your decision making is greatly increased when you sleep over 8 hours a night. Just facts. So I would like to see a sweep of 59K zone. But this is the first area of interest, 61.1. But if we can make it all the way down to 59, I'm happy to add to my long. Never mind all that. I'm short from a 4-hour higher high, and the 6-hour chart just started dropping. But how was your vacation? My man, my vacation was incredible. I maintained my shorts in this market, still up over 700K on these trades. And then I took a long, which ended up being very close to the potential local bottom. I need to see us drop a little bit lower for me to consider adding to my existing long position. That's it. Woo! The Founders Hub. I honestly hope Bitcoin goes a little bit lower. I will add to my position. Tune is amazing. Yaz Shah. My man, I'm glad you like it. It's another non-copyright playlist on YouTube, so hopefully this one passes the checks. Mr. Kaloy, how do you pick your leverage amount? Guys, leverage is, say it with me if you've been tuning into the live streams, completely irrelevant. The reason why I say that is because it's the total amount of your trading portfolio that you're risking per trade. So for example, yeah, I'm using 15x, but if I were to, when I entered this trade, I was risking 2% of my trading portfolio. So if I get stopped out, I lose 2% of my trading portfolio regardless of the leverage. So let's say that you have a $100,000 trading portfolio. That would mean that you stand to lose $2,000. Exactly. Position size, not only leverage. I am on cross. That is also something to consider. What you need to understand is with leverage, if you're on isolated, obviously the more leverage you use, the bigger your position gets. It's how far your capital actually goes. So if you want a massive position risking that 1 or 2% of your trading portfolio, then yeah, of course, ramp up the leverage. But your invalidation becomes a lot tighter. And as a swing trader, that does not favor me. Come on, Bitcoin, hold up here. What's the news with QE? Will they pump more money into the economy? I don't think so quite yet. Because then you're going to start talking about an inflation issue once more. And inflation is still relatively sticky. Oh, I love reading comments like this. Legends, if you had a positive experience within the community, please let me know as well. It makes me very, very happy, and it makes me, want to keep sharing my trades, want to keep doing the live streams. Just Frankie says, how large did you grow your trading portfolio before taking profits out for other things? Just Frankie has 3x'd his account since joining my group, which, reminder, the group is free. But how long should I keep compounding my balance versus using the money? Just Frankie, man, that is a personal decision. So for example, I hit a point with my trading portfolio where you can see here I have just over 1.2 mil on weeks and just over call it 1.7 on Bluffin. Across all exchanges, I rarely let my own personal trading portfolio get over 3. That's just the amount of capital that I don't want to go over. So what happens is whenever I surpass this, I end up withdrawing. I withdraw from the platforms and I stack up some stables. Sometimes I buy some assets in real life. So you have to make that decision yourself, right? But right now, I'm very happy with the overall trading portfolio simply because I'm at a stage where if I lose a trade, yes, of course it sucks, but I know that over time I've been withdrawing profits. But it's also an amount of capital where when my trades do play out, which so far all 4 of these trades are looking absolutely lovely, the long, the shorts, I am very happy with the profits. And it's an amount of capital that I can risk without losing sleep at night when I take 1 to 5% with the capital that you're seeing here. So it's a personal decision, to answer your question. Zero, what price range will you add to your long? Look, for now, I would like to see Bitcoin drop down to around 59K. If we can see that, I'd be willing to take a punt at another long or add to my existing long. But just Frankie, I'm happy that you 3x'd your account since joining the group. Guys, if you want to join the group that Just Frankie is talking about, remember, first link in the description down below. If you scroll down, click more, just DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram to join my private group. It is a free group where I share all of my own personal trades and my overall market analysis. The only requirement is that you've signed up with any of these affiliate exchange links down below and you start trading on there as you'd normally do. We're still trying to hold up here, guys. It's looking like, until proven otherwise, this is looking pretty okay. Krypton Dawn says he almost 2x'd his capital since he joined. Real talk. Absolutely amazing, man. I need to start asking people more about their experience because I think that this group can help people out. I have to be honest with all of you that are looking to join. Honestly, also learned a lot from the streams. Awesome, man. Yeah, I'm happy to do the streams as well, of course. I do have to be honest with you. Some people have experienced a little bit of frustration with me personally because I don't enter a ton of trades. You can see here I've been holding these trades for some time. My long is the more recent one. But when I see opportunities, I do not hesitate to pull the trigger on trades. That's what being a swing trader means. You have to take the opportunities that you get in this market, and then you position yourself ideally in such a way where right now I am in, like, of course I'm still gunning for that summer relief rally. I still think it can happen. I still think we can push higher, potentially as high as $70,000. But if we don't get the relief rally, I have to be honest, guys, I am positioned so well that I can just relax. And that's what I'm trying to teach members in the group. We've been looking for shorts on relief rallies. Short, short, short. Every pump, short. Every pump, short. Every significant pump on the relief rallies. We've shorted a lot. And this was a higher time frame confluence zone. And then I entered the long. So it makes it fun because I'm not particularly stressed about getting a position in this market. We see how the price action develops and we react accordingly. Krypton Dawn says, this guy taught me how stupid it is to overtrade. Don't overtrade. Glad I can help you out with that. I usually enter my trades with a little bit more size than most. You'll see the average trader talk about, oh, hey, I'm risking 0.25%, 0.5%, maybe as high as 1%, but a lot of traders do 0.5% per trade. I typically do, I would say on average, I do 2% of my trading portfolio per trade, but I'm a swing trader. So that's like 4x the size of the average trader, but it's a more chilled approach to trading this market. Krypton Dawn, I like weeks. If you're in USA, you can also trade leverage on Kraken. Yeah, I have all options below, guys. Any of these work. I have a bot implemented in my Telegram community where basically if you provide your UID, it can automatically verify if you signed up with me and you can trade. Kraken, unfortunately, we don't have that option yet, so it requires a little bit of a manual check, so just bear with my team. But you can access the community with all these exchanges down below. Vamos. Vamos. Pump it. Still bullish. Michael Saylor sold, but I'm still bullish. Higher percentage of trading portfolio with higher conviction is the way to go. I agree. CO Ken says everyone has a different sweet spot for trading. He takes only 3 to 4 trades a week max. And my man, that's awesome. That's awesome that you found what works for you, right? I personally don't even take 4 trades a week. Maybe I'll add to positions and stuff, but if we're talking about new trades, I think I average 1 or 2 a week as a swing trader. And in choppy price action, because I have such good exposure, I'm just chill, right? Do you watch Formula 1? A little bit. Not as much as, for example, something like the World Cup. Good morning, JS Togi. Your input completely changed my mentality towards trading. I am glad. I'm very, very glad. Sick flag. Do I need a new account or existing one is okay? If you're trading on BTCC or Kraken, you don't need a new account. BTCC, I can transfer you under my referral. Kraken, I can also do the same, but please be patient. If you're messaging me on Telegram, you just have to let me know. Kraken will take a little bit more time usually. It's a new partner, right? And I just added this partner because I know a lot of people were concerned about regulation and stuff. But my go-to, guys, is still Bluffin by far. I love this exchange. Has all the options you could possibly ask for. Um, it's where I have the most amount of capital. So patience is key in the market. Does that mean it doesn't need to get back to 60K? Beatrice is asking me that. It doesn't. It doesn't. If we reclaim this level here, there's a chance that we springboard upwards and tag these highs again. So there's a chance here that we don't need to go all the way back up to, all the way back down to, you know, $60,000, $59,000. But I'm just sharing with you guys where I personally would look to add to my long. For now, we're comfy, baby. We are comfy. Falcon Eye, would you ever make videos talking about your strategy, going over how you take trades and when to get out? Absolutely, I would. It's just about finding the right time, right? Because I know that a lot of you get tons of value from the live stream, and then of course I run the group. So like when I'm taking trades, I share that in the group, then I do the long live streams, and by the time that's done, you're talking about sometimes a proper 10-hour day. And if I do that every single day of the week, when I don't particularly need to, I also prioritize life, let's say. You know, I got to keep my health in check. I have to spend time with friends and family. I like a well-balanced life. And so I need to find a good slot in my schedule where I say, okay, for this week, I'm filming tutorials. And I just have yet to do that. J Tin Man, yes, we can switch you. You just have to message me on Telegram and I'd be happy to help you out. Sesh Monkey, my thoughts exactly. If you're not in a trade, it might be better to wait it out. Don't fiddle in the middle. But I think you were saying don't diddle in the middle. JSW with a bunch of letters. Hello, I am now 1 month in the group. Thanks. I learned how to wait and not jump into every trade. I'm up 1.7x in a month. Absolutely awesome. What I would say though is if you're up 1.7x in a month, make sure you're following proper risk management. 1.7x is very good, but I get concerned if I see comments saying, hey man, I joined your community. I'm not saying this is you. I'm up. I've seen comments. I'm up 10,000% in a month. When I read that, I'm like, congrats, man. But I would immediately withdraw or I would immediately follow proper risk management for the next trades, because some people, they'll see the trades that I'm taking here and then they think it's a road to free money. And so they join the group and then the next trade that I publish, they go all into the position. And it's like, oh, you do not want to do that. That's not how you trade this market. What's the minimum required volume to be busy? Swing trading is less stressful. 100% it is. J Tinman, I'm up 100% since joining the group. Guys, this is awesome feedback. Thank you. Thank you for sharing your thoughts. I like Grig. I personally like. Sorry. Does Weeks have the capability for take profit, stop loss to market orders, or does it have to be limit? Of course, you could do market orders on Weeks. Yeah, Weeks has that capability. That's why you go all in the first time, not the second time. What do you think of lighter? Is it the next hype? I don't believe so. I don't believe so. Just one question. You have 4 trades open. One trade can be 1 to 3%, so only max 12% trading capital working. Rest waiting most of the time. Yes, my man. That's exactly it. Exactly. That's, yeah. Not sure what else to say. I have to say also, I am rarely rarely in enough active positions which is over 20% of my working capital. So what this means is, if all my trades equal 20% of my trading portfolio, I usually don't really go over that, particularly in this kind of market environment. Guys, I'm telling you right now, when we're in a bull market, I might go as high as 40% of my trading portfolio in active trades. We'll go crazy. But in this kind of market environment, not so much. And right now, Bitcoin is looking pretty damn good. If we can hold above here, it's looking pretty good. Nice. Nice, Bitcoin. Vamos. Send it. Yes, sir. The long looks good. Oh, some guy, Gav Xmas says, my current portfolio was up 7x until I was at home sick for a month, and now it's back down to 2.5x. Be careful with your risk management and decision making. That's a very interesting point. Guys, more trades is not necessarily better. And I have found I've had the same situation in the past where when I have too much time on my hands, you take trades that you shouldn't necessarily take. And then you end up round tripping a little bit. Something to definitely consider. Baxter9462. I'm sharing that update within my community now, where I will consider adding to my existing long. But right now, average entry 58.1K. I don't really want to ruin it. This looks like pretty decent price action, I must say. I like the fact that we dump into the Monday rather than a pump into the Monday. So that's good to see. .28 World says it took him 4 years to figure out that his highest win rate is when he takes less trades. Exactly. Less trades, more high quality trades. Are you bullish anything long-term in crypto outside of Bitcoin or only as a tradable asset? I'm bullish on hype. I think hype can continue to perform. I think, and then if, for example, our bear market target, it does materialize. So let's say we get that 60 to 70% drawdown, which puts Bitcoin minimum $50,000. Then I think that a big flush across the market could provide some really, really good opportunities for assets like hype. But right now it's holding up very well. Can't complain, right? All right. Yeah, Shaw, yeah. Hype going to low 40s would be nice. I just don't know if we get it. It's a very, very strong asset, particularly when Bitcoin performs well. Crypto Man asks, why only 1 to 3% if you immediately protect your position? Can you go 10 or 15%? 10 or 15% is a lot. Look, I'm gonna keep. You know, Legends. You know that I keep it real with you. When I first started trading, I risked more than 5%. I just did. And over time, I've come to realize that the best strategy for me was risking between 1 and 5%. 5% is considered a lot for a lot of people. Most seasoned traders will tell you 1 to 2%, so 0 to 2%. But 5% has been good because when I size in with 5%, historically, it's been a very, very high conviction trade. So that's just my strategy. You can do what you'd like to do, but you won't catch me risking 20%. Even with protecting position. Hi, Legend. What's your long target? So my target on my trades, I'll show you guys. Let me show you, Legends. So this is the community that I've been talking about, the free community, and I just shared an update right here. But these are my current trades. So when I entered the Bitcoin long at $58,100, my first target was 60K. My second target was 62K, and my third target, which we almost grazed, is 65K. Then we have 69K. So as far as I'm concerned, the trade has played out. But I would like to hold this up to even potentially 74K, which I think is not an unrealistic target if we get the momentum that we're looking for. So someone says, that's because your trading capital is large. Well, my trading capital was not large when I started, guys. I can assure you of that. I did say that I worked a full-time job and I had a business on the side funding the trading. But I promise you I wasn't trading with this capital before. I agree. When you actually have a good amount of capital, 1 to 2% is all that is needed. Is all that is needed to make money to live on. Small accounters need to risk more to grow it, but you risk losing it if you're not disciplined. Completely agree. Sam15158S, man, are you planning to add to your long? So I just gave an update within the community. Guys, if you want to join the free community, you know where to find me. It's where I share all of my own trades. DM me the keyword BTC, Bitcoin's ticker, on Telegram to be able to join my group for free. It's where I share all of my own personal trades and my overall market analysis. But if the liquidity map wasn't looking like this, on the drop today, I would have probably already added to my long position. However, I am not a fan of the fact that we are still in a structural bear market and a lot of people went long. I went long. I'm part of this crew over here. So for me to justify adding to my long, I need to see a sweep to sub 60K. I need to. Otherwise, this is still 2% of my trading portfolio and I'm up around $70,000 on this long trade already, which was shared in the group. That's the beauty of getting good entries on trades. You don't need to rush it. Now that people have entered long, I have to say I'm going to be a little bit more cautious, right? If you're hoping that I'm going to be a streamer or a trader that just says, hey guys, long now, when I see liquidity maps like this in a structural bear market, you're watching the wrong guy. Enemy9561 asks, hey man, I'm currently out of the market. What would you do if you were in my shoes right now? Wait for a good entry or go long now? I'm really torn. My man. Wait. My non-financial advice is wait. This is not a good zone yet. Either we flush some lower time frame liquidity, then I'd still be looking to play the summer relief rally, or we just start squeezing higher, and at that point we will get some confirmation higher. The thing that you want to pay attention to, and legends, if you're new to the live stream, I want to take you through why we've been calling for a potential summer relief rally on Bitcoin, even though, I have to always say this, I have massive shorts in this market. I think that this trade we can make on this one Bitcoin short alone, we're looking at hopefully $800,000 in profit net. I'd be very, very content with that. But to give you a recap, we have multiple scenarios that could have occurred. So far, we're tracking 2018 almost perfectly. In 2022, what happened was Bitcoin dropped aggressively, and we still had a summer relief rally, which this doesn't look like much on a higher time frame chart, but this is still a 40+% rally before dropping and moving lower. 2018, what happened, and this is the scenario that I don't think a lot of people were expecting, was we create the low at the beginning of the year, $5,900. Then we create another low going into the summer at around $5,700 back in the day, and we get a bounce from this zone. Now, again, pretty choppy bounce. We might pop up here, have a little bit of a drop, and then continue higher. But from the low to the high, this was another 40+% rally. And notice that we topped out right at the 200-day moving average again. So what does this look like in today's price action? Remember, $5,900, $5,700. Let's go to today. First low established at the beginning of the year, $59,000, 10x. Then we drop below that low, going into the summer, $57,000, 10x. Then we get a nice bounce. Simulation so far is confirmed. So if history is to repeat, and again, there are no guarantees, this can continue into the summer as this 200-day moving average continues to drop, because naturally we are below the price, so that's how moving averages work. This bull market support band as well continues to drop, and perhaps we find higher time frame resistance once more before moving lower to establish our bear market bottom, and then we're off to the races in the bull market. This is currently, as we're watching the price action right now, my base case. This is what I'm eyeing. If Bitcoin starts breaking below these lows, no worries whatsoever, guys, because especially if you've been following the channel, every single relief rally, short. But it was time to take a long, and so we took a long. So I'm maintaining all of these positions. That's how I'm going to play it. So base case right now is that Bitcoin can indeed move higher. Not financial advice, as always, I have to say this. I'm just sharing with you what I am personally doing in this market. I took a long, I shared it, and now here we are. Sam158, man, I am a beginner. Why is Bitcoin and Ethereum acting the same? No worries, man. So the nature of the crypto market is the more you zoom out, the more accurate this becomes. Most of the market reacts based on what Bitcoin does. So Bitcoin is the #1 asset in the crypto market. Altcoins in general, it's not 100% of the time. There's sometimes some outperformers. But for the most part, altcoins across the board react to what Bitcoin does. And this is exemplified particularly in a period where monetary policy has not been favorable to crypto. If you take a look at what we like to call Bitcoin dominance, and we zoom out, Bitcoin dominance since 2022 has been straight up, which means when Bitcoin goes up on the higher time frames, Zoom out. Don't look at the 5-minute chart. Don't look at the 15-minute chart. When Bitcoin goes up this past cycle from bear market bottom to bull market top, Bitcoin has gone up more than altcoins. When Bitcoin corrects, Bitcoin has corrected less than altcoins. And this contributes to Bitcoin dominance going up. Now, this trend should change, assuming we get better monetary policy. But for now, this is why you'll notice that when Bitcoin dumps, other crypto assets will dump as well. There are periods in the market. There are periods in the market where altcoins can outperform Bitcoin. But we've been in a structural uptrend for Bitcoin dominance for quite some time. So I hope that answers your question. The lights just turned off. One moment. Thank you with all my heart. Of course, man. Happy to help you out. Happy to help everyone out. Why I heard I took a loan instead of I took a long. I'm not sure, man. I said I took a long. Your calls are spot on, pun intended. Thanks for sharing your knowledge. I've learned a lot. Peace and love from Kenya. Afro Crypto, my man. My man. My pleasure. Hype is looking interesting. At what point in your trading were you able to go full-time trading? It took me a few years from start to when I was just full-time. Made a lot of mistakes along the way. I still make mistakes to this day. That's part of being a trader, right? But the only important thing is that you win more than you lose. That's it. So I'm grateful that over the past 4 years now, 5 years, I've been making a lot more money than I have lost. So right now, legends, Bitcoin is currently trying to reclaim its anchored VWAP. So the anchored VWAP is a very interesting tool because you take it from a pivot low and it looks like we're trying to hold above here. We're really putting in the work here to try to hold. As I discussed, I'm already in the long, but I would like to see a sweep lower if we can to justify adding to my existing long, particularly because this liquidity makes me a little bit uneasy. Yes, we have a lot of shorts that jumped into the market today, and I do think that these shorts will be targeted. But on the 7-day time frame, we cannot ignore this. That is a lot of cumulative long liquidation leverage to potentially be grabbed. 30-day, we are relatively even. 90-day, we have more shorts. 180-day, we have more shorts. You're a great teacher and you don't live long enough to get rich slow. I'm 48. Time is running out. Time is not running out, man. 48 is still young. Alrighty. Let's go through some comments. Let's go through some comments. Great information, thanks. My pleasure. I want to be there when you close 100% of your big short and turn aggressively bullish. It's going to be fun. It's going to be fun. Hi, my G. Hello, guys. Hello. Nice to see some people tuning in. Legends. I cannot wait to just be a permabull. And maybe, like this person said, stop with the shorts, be more positive, and others will follow you. Maybe that'll happen. But I cannot, in good faith, tell you that the bear market is over. Just because I entered a long, it does not mean the bear market is over. We took a calculated long within my free community, and that's all that was. I am still net short. Look, 50K on this short, 600K plus on this short, 90K on this short. I'm still net short, but it makes sense to play the long. Williams World, is the Kraken link working? Of course it is. So you just go here and you just click. Go to site. Should be working. It's just within my community, we have to do a manual verification. We don't have the ability to check like the other ones. So please be patient, guys. Yo, Matt, it's been a while. How are you, my man? Streamlabs 955. It has been a while. I'm doing great. I'm doing great. I'm enjoying the World Cup summer. I'm enjoying the live streams. I'm enjoying my longs. I'm comfy in my shorts. I mean, what else can you ask for? What else can you ask for? Silver Moonshot says, I think we go lower, my friend. I think we go lower as well, just not yet. And I would look to potentially compound around here. $59.5, call it that. How can people hate you for being short when it's been the right call all along? I think people don't like an eye-opener that like a huge eye-opener for me was when I started running my community and I talked about shorting Bitcoin and shorting other cryptocurrencies. A lot of people were immediately opposed to it. They're like, what do you mean short? What? And that was a very, very interesting thing that I observed. It seemed like a lot of the traders in crypto were either long or nothing. They never considered shorting. So that was one. I think in general, people think that you're a negative person if you look to short the markets. But thankfully, the tides have been turning in the sense of, I think all of you guys that have been watching the channel, tuning into the content regularly, seeing how I've been trading this market, have realized that, yeah, shorting has been the move on every single relief rally in this market. And like I said, there will be a time where that no longer is a viable strategy because the structure will shift and we will establish a bear market bottom. So let's see. I saw your tweet. I saw your tweet about Ansem going to zero. Yeah, Ansem's meme coin, guys. Guys, I agree with this. Ansem will absolutely dump on you. But maybe you can make money. I just don't want to speculate on nonsense like this, right? I don't short these tokens unless we're over $1 billion in market cap. Otherwise, I'm just not interested. The risk is too high because this thing can just rip higher. So if you start shorting, it can just wipe you out. Do. Good stuff, man. Thank you. That's the difference between beginners and experienced traders. Who's hating? Who's hating in the comments? Ah, it's good. That guy's always been hating. It's okay. Got a new boyfriend? No, man. Short or long, just follow your key levels. I can't believe people are butthurt on the positions you take. Good call, sir. Thank you. Appreciate it. I appreciate it. But it's true. You just can't be emotional about it. You have your positions, you have your levels. 58,000 to 57K was a pretty interesting zone for a long, as we discussed on the YouTube channel and within my free community. The reason why it was interesting was because, let me see if I could find the higher time frame. I think I use Bitstamp for higher time frame. Yes. So 2024 value area low from this range was always going to be a reaction point. Then we were playing on the speculation of a 2018 style relief rally, sweeping the low at the beginning of the year. So now we see. I think that what we've seen historically is when Bitcoin gets a very, very ugly monthly candle, like we got in June, let's not kid ourselves, legends. This is part of the reason why I do think Bitcoin heads lower eventually. But when you get a massive red candle like this, closing below all key levels, you know, it's hideous. But this is exactly when a lot of people say, all right, fine, I'm going to short Bitcoin. And then maybe we fill as much as 60, 70% of the candle, and then we drop lower. Maybe we create a massive wick here. Or maybe the month is green, and then in August we drop lower. So you have to be open to that. I think we'll see follow through, but the question is when. Follow through to the downside, that is. Do you feel October 5th will potentially mark the bottom or around that date? I would be very careful, guys, with just assuming that it has to play out perfectly on October 5th. I will say that I'm going to be looking at where the price is headed. I think Bitcoin goes lower. I think the bottom can be around that time frame, give or take a month or two. So you see that language? I'm open to everything, and you have to be open. You have to remain adaptive as a trader. You don't want to assume that it has to be October 5th, and then all of a sudden we've rallied 40%, right? So I will try to get near the bear market bottom. That's my objective. Please don't change your opinion when you grow your channel and see 100K to 500K to 1 million subscribers. Nothing will change, my friends. Nothing will change. At the end of the day, I'm doing this to help you, right? I trade this market. I'm a profitable trader. You can see the trades live. I talk about them at length, probably more than I need to. But the reason I do it is because it does add credibility, and I can help more people if they see that I'm actually trading well. But nothing's going to change. I don't see how things can change, really. My community always is my focus, though, I have to say. So if you want to join my community, it's completely free. Just DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram to be able to join, and you get access to all of my own trades, my overall market analysis, what I'm doing in this market. But yeah, nothing will change. Nothing will change, guys. Legend, long time ago. How are you doing? I'm doing well, my man Corwin. I am doing well. Hi, Matt. Does Kraken work if I already have an account? Yes, Kraken does work if you already have an account. Just DM me on Telegram, and we can transfer you under my referral. Keep in mind, it takes a little bit of time. We're still sorting out a couple of things, and it's a manual process. But yes, it does work. I'm just trolling. This guy is a legend. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Canada or Dubai? I am bouncing back and forth between the two. So Saylor sold some Bitcoin, and Bitcoin is holding well. A lot of the times these things are priced in, right? You have to remember that. It's not a matter of, oh, Saylor sold, so we have to just drop to 50K. Why do I live in Dubai? No capital gains. Correct. I am a Dubai resident. Did you watch the Mexico-England game last night? That was a great one. Yes, I did, sir. Yes, I did. That's particularly why I'm tired. They delayed the game a little bit, and then I had to get up early for you guys for the New York Open live stream. Legends, we've been at it for almost 2 hours. If you're enjoying it so far, make sure to absolutely destroy that like button because it really helps out the algorithm. It helps out the channel, helps us get to almost 20,000 subscribers. Let's get there, legends. If you're enjoying the content, if you're not enjoying the content, then don't hit the like button. Of course not. Wow, hype is Beatrice, thanks, legend. Thank you. How long did it take you to learn trading and become profitable? To be truly profitable, it took me a few years from start to, say, year 3. Do you think we will break 62.5 resistance today? I mean, it's possible. Look, I've been vocal about a summer relief rally. Now I'm open to adding to my long position, but I need to see a retrace. The only concerning sign for me, legends, is all the longs that have jumped in over the past 7 days. But maybe we get some aggressive shorts and this starts evening out. Maybe we come back down and grab the liquidity. So I need to see a sweep of at least 60 for me to consider adding to my existing long. My long right now is currently up just over $70,000, and this was shared within my community along with all of the shorts that you're seeing on the screen. I'm telling you, if people get very, very bearish and people aggressively jump into shorts, it makes for a very good case for higher for Bitcoin, targeting potentially as high as 70K, 74K. Baxter 9462. Fewer trades is the way to go, but don't you get bored in between each trade? How do you fight the urge to get more action and end up over trading? I'm happy with my positions, right? I'm happy with my profits. I don't need more. I don't need less. And I think what also helps is, just being brutally honest, genuinely having a life outside of trading. So, okay, I'm in my 4 trades. We almost got the Pico bottom long on Bitcoin. We've been shorting the relief rallies. I don't see any new quick opportunities. So what do I do with my time? Gym, football, tennis, World Cup, right? You just occupy yourself. I guess the main stressor comes from having a little bit less capital and then worrying about missing potential opportunities in this market. And I can totally resonate with that because I was at that point several years ago. But if you're asking me personally now, it's just, I'm chilling, right? I like your trading style. Every time you overdo it, you lose. Good techniques, no BS, great channel. Thank you very much, Chris. I appreciate it. That's how you trade. That's how you swing trade, at least. If you're into just scalping 15 to 20 times a day, maybe my channel and my trading style, my content is not for you. I would still recommend you watch because I would like to get you into swing trading because that's where I've had the most success. Pygauze, if you get bored, just use a very small account and scalp with that if you really want to, but don't touch your swing trades. That's a very, very good point. Very, very good point. Does it make sense to go delta neutral with equal long and short positions, taking profits at specific longs or shorts interests rather than waiting for key long or short levels? I mean, man, you can do what you want, but in my case, let me just explain my thought process. So, we've been shorting Bitcoin since basically $100,000. I took one at 123K as well, but I'm no longer in that position. When Bitcoin dumped, I took profits. Then when we pumped, so I entered this main big Bitcoin short at right up here. When we dumped, I took a lot of profits here at around $63,000. Then we pumped again, and I actually missed this long. I took this long, but I didn't take this one. Then, right at around this zone, I added to my Bitcoin shorts. So keep in mind, I was mostly out of the position here. I still had 50K profit, something along those lines. We pumped, added to the short. We dropped again, took more profits from the short. And now, based on this structure that I'm seeing, I think Bitcoin continues its relief a little bit higher. And so I'm going to keep this short, which my average entry is now up here, because I don't think that the extent of this relief rally goes up to here. And I ultimately think that after this relief rally, what happens is we do end up moving lower. So that's why I maintain all those positions that you're seeing. The shorts, the longs that I take in this market are a little bit smaller, but right now you can see that it was a great idea to take a long at these lows. But I will take some more profits. My profit zones for the longs, which this is shared within my community, was 60K, 62K, 65K, 69K, and 74K. As far as I'm concerned, this trade has already played out, but you know how I am as a swing trader. I hold my active positions, and I might look to compound it targeting 65, and 69K is important because it's the 2021 all-time high. But see how my targets don't exceed my average short entry because I think that Bitcoin, after the relief, rolls down again. So I hope that makes sense. I would love to stay longer, but I've got to prioritize my physique, so I'm going to run. I hope you will be there later. Otherwise, I'll watch your stream later. I'll answer your message on Telegram later. Oh, yeah, sounds good, Corwin. Corwin is part of my my premium folder. So I talk to some people on Telegram more regularly if you're trading with a certain amount of capital. So what you're saying is it pays to be early in the market and start your macro thesis from much higher. Yes, indeed it does. It does. I'm not concerned about the 15-minute, 5-minute chart. You'll see me on the live stream sometimes having it open, and sometimes I take a couple of scalps just for fun, but these are not my big trades. These are not, it's not my view of the market to trade like that. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-boom. Corwin, depending on how long your run is, we might still be here when you come back. If I held my positions, I'd still have a soul long from $66. Did a trailing stop. Yeah, well, it's also about understanding market structure, right? Holding longs in bear markets, a lot riskier than holding shorts, in my opinion. I also take the hedge long from around 60K the other day. Lovely in profits. Thank you, Legend. Exactly. Gorilla0926. I trade around 4 million USD per month. Would that give me access to VIP with weeks or 2-bit? Yes, I can give you VIP access if you're trading with $4 million. Definitely. So in my group, what we have is we have some traders that are trading with literally $500, $1,000, $10,000. But we do have, I want to say now, over 20 or so traders that are trading with a few $1,000,000. So you're not the only one. If you're talking about volume, 4 million in volume is not that much. But if you're talking about like capital size, 4 million, yes, we can definitely sort you out with some VIP. Just message me on Telegram, tell me that you're the guy from the live stream, and I'd be more than happy to help you out. Good morning, Legend. In your hype update, I can't seem to figure out the reasoning for your placement of anchored VWAP. Could you please explain? My hype update. My hype update on the Telegram. If you don't know what this guy's talking about, in my community, I gave a little update. Let's go down here. I gave an update right here. And I talked about hype. This was on July 5th. So on the weekends, guys, this group is free. I post extra video updates. I post my positions in this market. You know where to find me by now. Just DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram and you'll get access to my group where I share all of my own personal trades and my overall market analysis. I shared an update there talking about Bitcoin and hype. Now, the reason I have the anchored VWAP on hype here is because anchored VWAPs can be taken from pivot lows. Naturally, we've talked about this at length, but they can also be taken from the start of a period. So I took this anchored VWAP from the start of April 2026. And you can see when we were well above it, this is where we got that reaction. This is particularly why I was interested in taking the anchored VWAP from that zone. So very, very nice reaction kicking off start of April. So you can take any period you want, really, not to overcomplicate it. I would typically recommend taking it from pivot lows, but if you're an experienced trader, it makes sense to look at different ways that you can use the anchored VWAP. I didn't take this long trade, to be perfectly clear, but it was a very, very important level that we effectively tapped into and then popped right back up. So I hope that answers your question. So what you're saying is that's why you're still in my top 3. Awesome, man. How are we doing? I'm seeing some new faces tuning into the live stream. Who do we got this evening? Portugal, Spain. What do you think? Portugal, Spain. Who wins? Jason Smith, yes. So you need to use any of the affiliate links in the description down below. Or if you want to join the community and you don't, let's say you don't sign up before on any of these links, just DM me the keyword BTC, so Bitcoin's ticker on Telegram, and you'll be greeted with a list of options of exchanges, and you just sign up there, provide your UID. To be clear, a UID is basically just so I can verify that yes, you signed up with my referral. Doesn't give access to accounts or anything like that. It's literally just you sharing your UID. In fact, I could share, there's nothing wrong with sharing your UID. I could show you. My UID is this up here. So you just copy this and then you share it. And that's how we can verify automatically. Portugal, CR7, Portugal, nah, Spain goes through, Portugal. Hi, Michael says, hi, you are one of the very truly honest people in the space. 99% of people in crypto are clowns or scammers, and your calls are pretty much goated. I appreciate that. What I will say though, is I find that, at least what I've noticed from sharing my trades online, that when I'm in a rough patch, like let's say I have 2 or 3 trades that don't perform well, and I'm transparent about it always, then you start getting called some pretty horrible things. But I think in general, there's 2 reasons for that. One, crypto has a negative connotation. There are a lot of people in the industry that are scammers that aren't necessarily great traders. But 2, or on top of that, they launch rug pulls and things like that. 2, though, we're talking about money. So there are a lot of people that are very emotional with their money. They just want to get rich fast. And unfortunately, and it's completely out of my own control, if I post something, the worst thing that happens is I post something and people go all in to something that I suggest, which, as I've said several times, you should never do that. You should always have your own risk management, and you should always take what I have to say with a grain of salt. You should do your own analysis. The worst thing is not that that trade potentially loses, but it's that that trade wins and the person went all in and they end up 5xing their entire capital. And then it's locked in that they can just make unlimited money. And then the whole gambling issue arises where people will then take their winnings and just double down, almost like they're at a casino. That's why I always say 1 to 5% of trading portfolio. I'm honest about when I lose. I'm vocal as well about when I win. But it's very, very important to be careful trading this market, and be mainly careful of who you follow, because there are a lot of bad actors in the crypto space. We cannot deny that. When I joined the space, I had to sort through a bunch of bullshit before finding a couple of people that I actually enjoyed watching their content and I got value out of. However, nowadays, I hardly watch anyone because I don't want anyone else to influence how I view the market. And that has suited me very well so far. All right, I'll put a Portugal, Spain poll. Legends, if you haven't already, destroy that like button. We've been at it for just over 2 hours now. I'll refresh. Let's see what we're looking like. 176. I think we can do better than that. 176. Where are you guys? There's 300 of you watching. 176? Come on, legends. Let's do a poll. Yeah, Ben Cowan is a very good analyst as well. Naturally, very, very smart guy. The only thing that I will say with him is that he does not trade the market as I do. He doesn't do leverage trading and stuff like that. He is more of a spot kind of guy, which is fine. But I think that leverage trading, you know, some of you say, bro, you already have a lot of capital, so obviously it's easy for you to risk 1 to 5%. Well, imagine also without leverage. There's some people that, you know, if they're worth $100 million, then yeah, spot makes the most sense. You buy, sell, no risk of losing out on a trade. It's attractive when you have a lot of capital. But I like leverage trading. I've been very successful at it, and therefore I will continue to leverage trade. No reason for me to stop, right? Legends, 2 hours in. I'm gonna go fill up my water bottle. Quick washroom break. I will be back in, give me 2-3 minutes. And hopefully you guys don't nuke the price, because whenever I leave temporarily, you guys nuke Bitcoin. Let's not do it this time. All right, we're back. What did you guys do? What did you guys do? All right, legends. All right. Where is my bro? I'm right here, man. I am right here. Whew. My studio... my studio setup, where I'm currently located, the washroom is a little bit far away. I'm not in my Dubai apartment, so we're just chilling here, pending on the price action. I am long with you at 58K. Let's go, man. Let's go. There's some pretty damn funny memes going around with Michael Saylor. Check this out. So as you know, Saylor sold some Bitcoin. That we've already discussed. Bitcoin investors realizing that Saylor's entire strategy was to buy Bitcoin at 100K and then sell it at 60K. Genius! Unbelievable. Hey Metzger, it's great to see you live again. I am in the same position short from 60,500 with my fingers crossed. I hope we get a pullback. Yeah, man, let's see. Let's see. Will the summer rally continue? Will the summer rally continue? Hey Matt, would you consider opening a short if prices get back to 65K or even 67K? Maybe, but I want to see Bitcoin start with a 7 for me to consider adding to my existing shorts. Because my short exposure is really good already, right? $81,500, 79,000. Maybe it's me being greedy, but also I'm not like worried in the sense of I've already made money and I'm already in some nice profits. So I'm kind of just... I need to see a bigger pump for me to get into a short on this relief rally. I want to see 70. 70 would be really, really nice. At least 69, which is the 2021 all-time high. Do you use Fibonacci retracement tool when trading and why? Sometimes I do, but mainly for golden pocket taps. Legends, this is good. This is good. If you're bullish on Bitcoin, this is good. We have 25 minutes until the 4-hour candle close. Right now, we're trying to reconfirm above the anchored VWAP from the pivot low. This is good. Nice. Well, we see 25 minutes is a lot of time. I've seen massive dumps in that time. Let's see. Purchase Media. Good afternoon. All right. Enough of the jamming. Oil that door, homie. Just home. What do we expect? Higher. Higher. Greetings from the UK. Greetings. I actually went to a pub last night and I was watching the Mexico-England game, and the guys from the UK were absolutely buzzing. Do you think the Saylor news will have any impact? I expect it to go lower after the news, but it seems the trend is holding. Guys, these things are largely priced in. He announces a week after that he sold, right? So I don't pay attention to this kind of news as such. My base case, at least temporarily here, has been we can get a summer relief rally. Now, things would start to look really bad if we break below 60K and can't get a quick reclaim. But until then, things look relatively okay for Bitcoin to push a little bit higher here. I've taken profits at $60,000, $62,000, and now my next target is around 65K. Yeah, 200 week is just under $63,000. Why do you think strategy is not dumping more considering Saylor sold? Mainly because strategy was already dumping massively, guys. You have to understand that when you zoom out on a chart like this, actually it's pumping, but look, guys, you cannot look at a news event like this and think, yeah, we're gonna dump after the news comes out. It's largely priced in. Look at this. It's down 85%. I think people pay attention to the news too much. It's largely irrelevant when it comes to trading. Just trade what's right in front of you. Saylor does what he has to do. I don't criticize him. We are just trying to make money. Yeah, I'm not his biggest fan, but at the end of the day, he's trying to make money as well. Oh, pump it. We are long and strong. Pump it, man. Let's go. Vamos. You should go watch the World Cup finals. I actually talked about this on a stream before. I know the tickets are ridiculously expensive. We're talking like over 10 grand. I am more than happy to go watch. However, all my friends that really love football do not have the money to be able to go to the World Cup. So I'm considering buying tickets and then just bringing them. And all my friends that have the money to be able to go to the World Cup couldn't give a crap about football. So I might have to pay over 20 grand or something to get to the World Cup. I'm very protective of my capital, so, but again, World Cup is, you know, I've been playing football my whole life, so it's something I need to experience. Nice pump, guys. We're long and strong. Long and strong. How about that for a 4-hour candle? Ooh-hoo-hoo! Send it. Long and strong. Do you use Elliott Wave? Not really, no. I haven't needed to use it. I am from Spain, living in France, and watching an English trader. Is this a simulation? Well, I'm Canadian English, not English from the UK. So, and Canada just got kicked out. Oh, Gorgeous 4-hour candle. Gorgeous, man. We went long in the community, so now we sit patiently and enjoy the profits. Boom, boom, boom. 15 minutes until the 4-hour candle close. This looks pretty damn good. Looks very nice. Nice. That looks almost impulsive. Woo! Vamos, Bitcoin. Yeah, I'm content with how Canada performed. They honestly, I'm happy to say they dominated the first half. They created the bulk of the chances. They played very well against a top 10 nation. There's not more you can ask for. That was history for us. Round of 16. That long entry is juicy. Yes, sir. It is juicy. This long and my shorts, but this big long here that I took, shared within the community as always. I have a free community if you're new to the channel. It's basically where I share all of my own personal trades and my overall market analysis. It's a free one. If you DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram, you can join my private group. The only requirement to be fully transparent is that you're trading with your own capital on any of these exchanges down below. So if that sounds interesting to you, go ahead and sign up. Click one of these links down below. Bluffin is my go-to exchange, and you can get a $500 bonus exclusively on there. But we also have tons of other options depending on, you know, which exchanges you like. No KYC, KYC, whatever you want. You can join the community using these links in the description down below. You start trading on there with whatever capital you're comfortable with. We have some traders with millions of dollars. We have some traders with $1,000. Completely up to you. So yeah, this long is looking nice. I mentioned this morning in my community that I only really want to compound if we grab some downside liquidity. Otherwise, I'm pretty comfy in all of my positions, guys. I'm short, I'm long, no complaints here. No complaints. Targeting higher. Someone asked me where I think Bitcoin can go. My next target to take some more profits from my long is at around $65,000. So far though, I've taken profits at 60K, I've taken profits at 62K, and I will continue to scale out on the way up, and I will continue to add to my existing short if we hit that block above the 2021 all-time high that I've been referring to, right at around $69,000 and above. If we can get there, absolutely amazing. Because the long will be printing, and then I will add to my existing swing short for Bitcoin. And that's that. 4-hour candle closing in 11 minutes. Watching Brazil-Denmark was very disappointing. Almost fell asleep. I was like, England, Brazil, Denmark. You mean Norway? That was an exciting game, man. Holland coming in clutch. I'd love to join a group, but I'm happy for cracking too bad you don't have Jason Smith. Hey, Jason Smith. I hope you're paying attention, because we do have the option for Kraken now, guys. Look, I have an option for Kraken. So if you're one of those people that absolutely needs like a fully Mika compliant, Kraken is a very, very solid option for you. We have this down below. Bluffin is my go-to, to be perfectly clear. I trade on Bluffin. I like trading on here. It's where I have most of my capital. But we have Kraken now. So either you join with this link, or if you already have a Kraken account, you can DM me on Telegram and we can transfer you under my existing referral on Kraken. So yeah, this is our fully compliant option, Mika compliant, if that's something you're concerned with. But I know most people just stick with Bluffin. It's my go-to. No reason in changing what works. Woo-hoo-hoo! Pump it, man. Pump it. Let's go. Higher. Higher. Vamos, Bitcoin. Vamos. We're up 80 grand on the long. Let's go, man. Let's go. Michael Saylor sold, and we are pumping. You heard that right. I need to sit more here. I feel like I'm out of the camera. All right, this is better. CBM, Crypto by Mario. Woohoo! It's actually funny. Andy from Mindpillar, when we were going out, when I was visiting Mallorca, I would yell, whoa, as loud as possible. I was being a little bit of a nuisance, I'm not gonna lie, but it was a great trip. Every time Saylor sells, we will pump, and vice versa. Now is a very slow game. Holland only touched the ball twice, and he scored it twice. That's the mark of a clinical striker, right? The Telegram bot says Kraken is not one of your affiliate links. Yes, we need to update that, but I assure you that Kraken works. So all the other exchanges that I have available, we can automatically check if you signed up with me, and then I can add you automatically to the group without any human intervention. Kraken, though, my team members need to do that manually for you. So bear with me. Regardless of what the bot says, you can join the group with Kraken. C-Bum. I'm not that jacked. I wish. Let's go, man. Let's go. What a long. What a long. Vamos, Bitcoin. Five minutes until the 4-hour candle close. Legends, I've been very bearish over the course of the past few months. This is one of my bigger long positions. We're up around 80K. This was shared in my group. If you're interested in swing trading, If you're new to trading, if you're an experienced trader, I share all of my own personal updates and trades for free in my Telegram community. If you want to join, remember, first link in the description down below. DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram, which is Bitcoin's ticker, and you'll be able to join my group. The only requirement is that you've signed up with one of these affiliate exchange links down below, and you start trading on there as you'd normally do. But go back to my YouTube content, legends, the last live streams, the previous video updates over the past couple weeks here. I've been leaning a little more bullish. I really have. I can say that with confidence. This is lovely price action for Bitcoin. It feels good to be temporarily bullish in a bear market. It does. Was that mini pullback enough? Shall we pump it now? Be my guest, guys. One thing that I cannot do is leave to go to the washroom because then we'll just dump. But if you guys want to pump it, be my guest. I am in my long. I am comfy in my long. And here we go. I wanted a bit of a pullback, more of a pullback to add to the long, but no worries. We're looking pretty good. Three minutes. 3 minutes. Gratian, Jello, smash the like button. Yes. Destroy that like button, legends. If you haven't already, if you're enjoying the stream, make sure to smash that like button. Subscribe. Turn on the post notification bell. 235 likes. We've been at it for, we're getting close to 3 hours now. We'll probably do a 4 or 5 hour stream, I would imagine, today. I think we'll push over 4 hours for sure. Just came back from work to watch your live. Welcome. Finally caught one today at US Open. Feels great. Thank you for all you do. Keeping my emotions under control was the key. Fat Elvis, my pleasure. My pleasure. Pump it. On my way to the barbershop. Keep going, my friend. Get that crisp cut, my man. I have to say, these glasses really help me out. I feel like my eyes normally get tired after a few hours, but feel pretty good. There we go. 4 hour candle close. I mean, guys, this is brilliant. This is brilliant. Look at that close, man. What more could you ask for? That's just about the most bullish close we could have had. Now we see. The clear frames are dope. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Hey, Matsir, thank you for partnering with a Mika compliant. Yeah, no worries, man. I had to do it because so many people were asking. But I'm going to keep trading on Bluffin and Weeks. I really like these exchanges, guys. They're my go-tos. Now this 4-hour candle will be covering the last one and finish bearish. Let's see. Legends, you know I'm realistic. I like to be realistic with you, but this is a nice 4-hour close, guys. This is a nice move. We dumped. Unfortunately, I didn't add to my position, but it doesn't really matter because I wanted to sweep some more downside liquidity. Now we see... Ooh, we got some longs now jumping in. Still more shorts in the market overall on the higher time frames. Good to see. Yo, Matt, you think Labs was a shitcoin? Yeah, it was. I swear I could have... It pumped again. Right? What is your bullish target? Okay, Legends, to be perfectly clear with you, I entered my long at 58.1k within my free community. Right? You know where it is. First link in the description down below. But I took profits here in the community at... let me just refresh this. I took profits here at 60k already. I took more profits at 62k. My next target is 65, 69, 74. But I've already taken profits, so I've considered this a winning trade. The worst case is if I get stopped out, I end up leaving the trade with $20,000. But now I think based on this pivot, there's a chance that we just push higher. You love to see it. So basically, to answer your question, my next target would likely be 65, where I take some more profits. Thanks, Matsir. Always love how you react to your viewers. Keep up the great content. You'll be a big name one day. Hope so, man. I hope so. Some of you were saying, though, you hope I don't get big because then less advantageous for the smaller community. He is already big in our hearts. I appreciate it. All right, come on, give us a little push. Vamos, Bitcoin. Ándale, ándale. Just give us an OG banner or something for the stream. That's a good idea. I'm writing this down. What do you think about Binance, Matsir? I'm not the biggest fan of Binance. I don't like how they launch a bunch of like rugs and things like that. I don't personally trade on Binance, but let's see this Bitcoin pump. Let's see it through. Let's see it through. Vamos. Nice. Very, very nice move. It's pumping. Of course it's pumping. It's pumping because we are in a long. No, I'm just playing. It's pumping because summer relief rallies are a thing. Let's go. Give me 65K. Hey Matt, do you hold Circle? No, I do not. Lost $500 in gold, but up 1K on Bitcoin so far. Absolutely lovely. I'm telling you, bear market relief rallies can be very, very choppy. And what I mean by this is staircase up, elevator down. The last rally that we got for Bitcoin was by no means a violent upside move. It was choppy. And then down. So I'm expecting something similar. But this is looking like if we close the day like this, we look like, excuse my language, fucking great. Well, let's see. Let's see. Up, 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 up. Lovely, lovely rally, man. Great stuff. We're up 4% from the low today. Hi man, I'm a beginner. What are your thoughts on why the token unlock and hype didn't drop the price? I think because it was largely priced in, and if you look at Hype's website, there's so much overall buying pressure. If you go to their dashboard, there's so much buying pressure that the buying pressure exceeded whatever selling was occurring. Let me read. So Michael Saylor, we know what happened. He sold around $216 million worth of Bitcoin. I'm reading a tweet here. Your company is literally called Strategy. The implication is that somewhere in the building, genius level math is happening. Since the 32 Bitcoin sale, the strategy was buy 3,657 Bitcoins at an average price of $64,500. Sell 3,588 Bitcoins at an average price of $60,200. Net result, you gained 69 Bitcoins. You lost 20.17 million in cash. Effective cost for those 69 Bitcoins, $292,365 per Bitcoin. Strategic. Crazy. Crazy. Imagine having the capital that Saylor has. Long is looking good, guys. We took this trade within the community. Remember, if you want to join my free community, you have the first link in the description down below. Just DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram, and you'll be able to join my private group where I share all of my own personal trades and my overall market analysis. Matt, do you think the buying pressure can remain high? Isn't it overbought as we will be getting 6 consecutive green candles on the daily? Yeah, look, I'm still expecting some kind of pullback. I am. But as a swing trader, my higher time frame analysis, based on the data that I have available, based on historical price action, I still think that Bitcoin can continue its summer relief rally. I do. Whew. All right, enough of the Spain-Portugal poll. I think most people think that Spain will win. The real question is, what is next for Bitcoin? So let's see the results. 58% of people think that Spain will advance. What is, next for Bitcoin? Let's see. I want to see how much I influence you guys. I've been a little bit more bullish lately, and now it's clear that the poll... Guys, no, we need some people clicking 60K, otherwise 66K will not come. That's just how these things work. If you haven't already, make sure to smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, especially if you're new. We're almost at 20,000 subscribers. Brandon Smith, love this dude. Do no do no no no. Do you pay taxes on any profits when you sell leverage trading on weeks? I don't know where you're located. I cannot give anyone financial or tax advice for that matter. I personally don't because I live in Dubai. So your situation may be different. I genuinely don't know. Let's go through. Let's see if there's some longs jumping in. We got a pretty big move of longs. We got some short liquidity right up there, guys. Right above the local highs. Speculating on a lower high. But this is a nice, I like this. Maybe we come down, maybe we pop back up, but I like this for continuation. It's a pretty explosive move to the upside. Someone said, I thought you lived in Canada. I am Canadian, but I live in Dubai. I visit my friends and family in Canada often. What website is that? How do we access it? Glad you asked. So we're building out this website to give you all the tools that you need for trading completely for free. Right now, if you go here down below in the description and you click MindPillar, you'll be able to access it completely for free. That being said, down the line, we're gonna have a little bit of a gate where it's still gonna be free, like my community, but you'll need to sign up with one of these affiliate exchange links down below. And if you do that, then you keep on getting access to the group for free. So make these one of your go-to exchanges. Just trade on there and you will never have to worry about paying for this. But I want to make it the best possible tool in the market. For traders, for long-term investors, that is the plan. I have personally been using this for quite some time now. But for you scalpers out there, this is also very handy. I didn't know Canadians liked soccer. Yeah, I'm a little bit of an outlier. All my friends growing up played hockey, and I've just been obsessed with football. I call it football because I have a lot of European friends, and realistically, it should be called football. I mean, you're using your feet, right? So, have you seen trading different? I've become dependent on this MindPillar tool, not just data, but context as well. Absolutely. I don't want anyone to be dependent on anything, but like I said, guys, I want to build this out to be the best possible tool for all of you. And yeah, there's going to be a gate probably relatively soon, but you just need to sign up and trade with the platform. So if you're already trading the market, it's a no-brainer. It's a no-brainer. So long as you're trading with us, you'll get access to these tools indefinitely. There's a lot of people that have tried to create tools like this, and they charge like $200 a month. But we want to have it all here. We'll give the option for payment. We'll give the option for exchange links. But yeah, I really like MindPillar. It's my go-to tool. I'm building this out with Andy and DevVault from the MindPillar team. Yo, Matt, what's good? Matt, can you show us where the website you're accessing the liquidation data? Yes, it's in the links in the description down below. Any chance we can see lower 60 today? I don't know, my man. This is a pretty nice move to the upside. And that 4-hour candle close, very, very bullish. I would like to see lower to add to my long, but right now I'm just comfy in my position. I genuinely don't know if we can drop down below now. Let's see. What was the poll? The poll is, what's next for Bitcoin? 66K or 60K? Alejandro, I think you mentioned this in the last stream, but my man, we also came back down after that. Did we not? Or were we just off to the races? Oh, you deleted your message, man. The results of the poll said 58% said that Spain would win. Bumping hard to the music. Yes, sir. Abu Zain, you sell at 66? Legends, as discussed. I entered my long at $58,100. I entered with a good amount of size. I've taken profits as shared in my community at 60,000, at 62,000, and my next target is 65,000. I consider this a successful trade already. So this isn't a zone where I would not enter aggressively here. Even with this nice candle, I would not. You long when everyone is fearful. Now that people are starting to get a little bit excited, I don't know. You got to be careful with that kind of mentality. We always go against the herd in my community. That's how we trade this market. Shorted when everyone was bullish, longed when everyone was bearish. So that's all there is to it, really. Alejandro, did the price come back down though? I guess it didn't really. Because it was around here where I moved my stop loss. And then we popped. And the next opportunity was, yeah, like 59.5. There is always a next trade though. We are long, we are short, we are comfy in our schlongs. But this kind of 4-hour candle does suggest that we get more pop to the upside here. I don't make the rules. How do you judge the sentiments? I mean, I normally advocate against paying attention to people on social media because I think that most people just spread bullshit. But social media is one of them. When I post a long idea and everyone is like, bro, we're going way lower, knowing that I still hold shorts, and everyone is like, what are you talking about longing? That's bullshit. Because now everyone tries to short at $60,000. That's a good indicator that we're going to go higher. When I short, like at around 100K, and everyone was very bullish, I was pretty confident in that short. More confident than I am in this long, actually. I took 5% of my trading portfolio to enter that short. So that's the beauty of running these kinds of channels. I can see in real time what people are thinking, and it helps me. It helps me in terms of trading, of course. I just finished. Did you get into another long? No, I did not get into another long. I'm comfy in my existing long. We're looking very, very good. I'm currently up $85,000 on my Bitcoin long trade. This was shared in the community, guys. If you want to join, you know where to find me, long or short, because I do think that this relief rally will end at some point, and I will be shorting again. Just DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram to join my private group. You're trading with your own money on any of these exchanges down below. I look forward to seeing you guys inside. Purchase media. What is your live stream target today, Metzger? My live stream target today is, I think, it's been a while since we've done over 4 hours, right? Let's take a look at the live streams, the counter. How are we looking here? The last 2 live streams we did 3 hours, 3 hours and 15. So we're back on track. Before I went on vacation, we did almost 9 hours. Then we did 6, 4:45. I think we'll be around here. Somewhere between 4 and 5 today. Tomorrow, maybe we rip it even longer. Yeah. Let's see. Let's see how we're doing. Let's see how the price action develops. This is a lovely, lovely move to the upside for the live stream, and I'm glad we caught it on the live stream. We're in the long. We're looking good, right? Show us your revenue, guys. This is a sign that you're following a proper trader. I don't even have my monetization on for YouTube, guys. We're getting lots of views as well. Look. 16,000, 17,000 views almost, 10,000 views. I don't have my my monetization on, so there is no revenue from my YouTube channel. It's just my own trades. That's how I make money in this market. No revenue at all on the YouTube channel. Maybe at some point I flick it on if we start to get 20,000 views plus consistently, but no monetization. I make my money trading this market. Hi, Matsir. Thank you so much for all your live streams. They're incredibly helpful and really help the time and effort you put into them. My pleasure. I'm glad that you find them helpful. Don't change. I will not. You mentioned at one point you're planning to accumulate more hype at a certain price level. Would you be willing to share us the buy levels you're considering? That is absolutely going to be shared within my community. Are you from Quebec? No, but I've had family that lived in Quebec. My grandparents from France, Egypt, they moved to Canada, living in Quebec for quite some time. So I visited Quebec quite a lot. I'll probably make some trips there to visit some friends this summer at some point. I have a lot of friends in Quebec. I am French Canadian, but my French is not Québécois. It's Toronto French. Is trading your main income? Yes. I'd monetize now. YouTube is making ad revenue off all your videos anyways. Might as well get a slice, says Greg Blunt. I mean, I guess so, right? Maybe I should monetize. But I kind of like not having the monetization on just to prove to you guys that I don't need to make money from YouTube. It's kind of a nice, it's a nice thing to talk about. Maybe I should turn it on. That is correct. YouTube monetizes your channel regardless. Carlos, welcome. You're new. Great to have you on, man. Great to have you on. Let's see if Bitcoin can pop out of here. Guys, the weekly close for Bitcoin was absolutely lovely. Look at that. And now maybe we just pop up. What happened in 2018, which is where we've taken inspiration from this long, is 2 green weekly candles in a row, a pullback, and then continuation higher. So it looked like this. Where are we? Right here. So we had the low established at the beginning of the year, a sweep of the low, a bit of a double bottom formation. Next weekly candle was green with a nice move to the upside, a retrace, and then a big push higher before retracing lower and forming the bottom later in the year. I think we could be seeing something along those lines. So, what this would look like is a low. We sweep these lows. This green candle on the week closes somewhere around here. Then we get a pullback. Then we expand towards the 200-day moving average. That's what I'm looking at from a swing trading perspective. Let's see if it plays out. Is the simulation legit? Is the simulation legit? Matt, do you also have a maxed out PC? I actually have a 2021 MacBook Pro, but it was like I got it fully decked out. So that's what I usually do with my computers, particularly since I've started streaming. Like I get them fully decked out and they last me a good 5 years. So I'm probably going to get a new one relatively soon, but yeah. It feels, does it feel weird watching me be a little bullish? I feel weird being bullish. Sky Fox, hello, I hope you're doing well as well. A bear in a bull's clothing. I like that. Ian says, I can use my monetization revenue for giveaways. In that way, you can grow your channel even further. That's a good idea as well. Maybe I do that. Your long entry was cheesy. It was a great entry, man. Because I entered here, took some profits at 60. We came down, and I had my stop loss at break even, but then I said in my community right around here, I was like, guys, I'm playing with the profits because I think that we could get some nasty wicks to the downside and we can bounce higher. So instead of moving my stop loss to break even, I moved it lower because I knew that this price action could occur while I'm asleep or something like that. And we got the bounce. Very, very happy with how I played that. How much do you usually risk per trade? Anywhere between 1 and 5% of my trading portfolio. Give me that relief, man. Stop toying with me. This just looks really solid. Sorry, guys. I had to sneeze. Whew. Also, who do you think is winning between Portugal and Spain? Look, I just think that it's going to come down to the midfield. Vitinha, João Neves, and Bruno Fernandes, although Bruno Fernandes hasn't had that great of a tournament so far. And then assessing how Pedri, Rodri, how they're going to perform. Because as far as striking power goes, Lamine Yamal hasn't had his best tournament so far. Granted, he started and he was a little bit injured. But if I had to put money on it, probably Spain. Probably Spain. Particularly if Portugal start CR7. And that will tie into, David, what you just asked me. Basically, I have always been CR7 type of guy. I really respect his work ethic and his self-confidence. However, you cannot argue, in my opinion, with Messi's greatness. And it pains me to see Ronaldo still playing at the age of like 41 years old. I don't think he should be the starting striker for Portugal. I think he holds them back, unfortunately. Yes, he has moments where you see what he used to be, but he just doesn't have it anymore. And there's nothing wrong with that. You get to an age where you cannot perform at a high level. And if Portugal is to make it far, I don't see Ronaldo leading the line. I think he holds them back. I think that Messi is the greatest player ever, despite how much I like Ronaldo. I put Messi number one. So I hope that answers your question. The things that Messi does with the football is just unbelievable. Even at this age, it's crazy. So those are my thoughts. You can respect both. You can have preferences, but you cannot deny how great both have been for football. It's not one or the other. Similar to how I'm longing and shorting Bitcoin. Longing is not inherently positive, Shorting is not inherently negative. You take advantage of both and you make money in both directions. You really understand crypto, not football. Manuel Cota, I can assure you I understand football more than you, my man. I've been playing and following football since the age of like 4 or 3 years old. We can get into some debates about football, but anyways. I think you're probably Portuguese, no? I don't understand the hate between both. Like you can appreciate both players. Bu, bu, bu. He's washed. Look, you can't expect to not be a little washed once you pass the age of 40. It's crazy. And all respect to being able to take care of yourself that well, but there comes a time where it's time to step down, in my opinion. Uh, but we're somehow still debating Messi versus Ronaldo in the big 2-6. Yeah, I have the same opinion, man. I think that the debate is unfortunately over. Even though Ronaldo, as I've said, Ronaldo has been my favorite player for the longest time, but the debate itself is over. It's Messi, man. It's just too brilliant. Daily candle, if it closed like, we still have 7 hours for the daily candle, but if we close like this, it does look very, very nice. Just got here. Is Bitcoin gonna roll over? I can't tell you that. I think we squeeze higher. You don't get an impulse like this without squeezing higher normally. Like that's a nice, very, very nice close. We had big move down and then whoop, right back up. Someone is holding up Bitcoin and we are in the longs and we're taking advantage of it. Steve Blackout, exactly, my man. Exactly. Man, before getting into 65K, can we see a dip? It's possible, but for me personally, and I shared this in my group this morning, I want to see a bigger drop. Like, I would need to see sub 60K for me to justify adding to my existing long position. Because we entered at 58.1, I took $32,000 in profits. With how the longs are piling up, I need to see a bigger dip. Otherwise, I am comfy in my positions, guys. How many times have you heard me say I am comfy? Give me a sub 60 push. Otherwise I sit on my bum and I simply maintain my existing positions in this market. Send it, man. Send it. Vamos, Bitcoin. Hi, Matt. Just a short one. Can I follow your trades without joining any exchanges that I mentioned in the description? Unfortunately not, because that's how you get access to the community. If you want to watch the YouTube content and take inspiration, feel free. That's why I do this, right? It helps you guys that don't want to join the community. There's nothing wrong with that. But no, to join, you have to. Looks like we could be pushing higher here, just consolidating. It wants to push. It wants to push higher. The YouTube content is plenty helpful. Nice. I am happy, man. Higher. Higher, Bitcoin. Higher. Vamos. Looks good. Just pop out, man. Pump it up. Do 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 do. Vamos! Vamos! Higher! Come on, don't just give me a little wick. Send us higher, man. You don't draw trend lines. Of course I draw trend lines. But right now I'm on the exchange platform that I'm trading on, so I think we squeeze higher. By the way, rule of thumb, horizontal support is way more important than diagonal. Just general rule of thumb. King K is back. I don't use Elliott wave theory, guys. I don't need to use that. That's my simple answer as to why I don't. I'm profitable without it, therefore I don't need to use it. Nothing against Elliott wave Elliottians, but I don't need to use it, right? Bro, tell me your strategy. I'm a swing trader, man. How are we doing, legends? Much love, King K. Much love. Thank you for tuning into the live stream. Sick flag. Sick flag. I missed your message. Hey bro, how do you determine your take profit zones? Thank you for all your valuable info. I determine my take profit zones basically if they are higher time in a bear market, if they are higher time frame resistance. So, for example, on my Bitcoin long, if we go to the lower time frames, 60K could have posed as resistance, 62K could have posed as resistance. Therefore, I took some profits on the way up. Now, if I take a different Bitcoin chart, 62K was important because it was going to be the first initial retest of the anchored VWAP from the pivot low. Then 60K, it's way lower time frames. So right here, this was the zone I was targeting first. You can see that we managed to hold on to it with sweeps, and therefore that's where I first took some profits, then some more on the way up. And now 65K is important because if we zoom out a little bit more, you'll notice that it coincides with the point of control, the value area low of this range that we've been in for quite some time. So 65K is my next profit taking zone. Then 69K, pivotal zone, 2021 all-time high. Naturally, when we have these all-time highs, they can act as resistance. And then we have the bull market support band, this is more of a zone that I'd be looking to take some more profits if we are to even make it up there. But so far, so good on the long. Why is horizontal more important than diagonal? Honestly, the easiest thing I could tell you is if you back test it and you look back at how historical price action reacts to diagonal trend lines compared to horizontal trend lines, horizontal always gives a better overall reaction. That's all I would say. And also when you measure like the things like the point of control and stuff like that, where is it? Like this volume range profile, they're drawn out horizontally. The liquidity levels are drawn out horizontally as well. Therefore, it gives you better confluence for your trades. I have had the most success with horizontal resistance and support. Could we get a pullback from here? It's possible that we get a pullback from here. But right now, this looks like a pretty damn impulsive move. So if we get a pullback, it could be something like this where we pop right back up. How much time do you personally spend monitoring the price action if you're doing a live? It really depends. If I'm not in a trade and I'm looking to get into a trade, it could be as much as a couple hours a day. If I'm already in very favorable positions in the market like I currently am, my Bitcoin short from 81.5K, my Bitcoin long from 58K, my other Bitcoin short from around 80K, and my Tau short, like if I'm already in trades like this and I'm not doing a live stream, I could literally look at the charts for 15 minutes a day. It's nothing. It's nothing. So, yeah. It really depends on what my positions look like in the market. Bro, your live timing, that I need to be better with. I'll provide a schedule in my Telegram community. I have this Telegram community where you can just join. There is no gate. You just click it and I give my updates as to when I go live and these kinds of things. This one down here. And then I have my, of course, premium group, which is also a free group, but you have to sign up with these links to access it. But I'll give an update and I'll talk about it in the next live stream. I'll probably do another live tomorrow. You're absolutely amazing. Thank you for all the knowledge. Thank you for tuning into the channel, King K. I appreciate you. Are you shorting Tau? Yes, I've been shorting Tau for a while now. So I entered at 285. I took a lot of profits on the way down, and now this trade is currently up around $90,000. This trade was also shared within my community, guys. If you want to join the community, DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram. It is a free group. Bro, is your trade always accurate? I don't want to give you guys false perception. I have had losses before. I have lost $50,000 before. I have lost $70,000 before. But I win more than I lose, and that's all that really matters. These trades are up 6 figures collectively. My Bitcoin short is up almost $700,000. Sorry, $600,000. Along with this one, this makes around 700K in profit. So my wins greatly exceed my losses, but I do take losses. There is no one that is perfectly accurate. The market is there to surprise us. We are all students of the market. I'm new here. Appreciate your time and information. Do you trade Sol or Ether also? Yeah, of course. I trade all cryptocurrencies, but Bitcoin gives you the most amount of confidence. So my bigger trades tend to be with Bitcoin. Why don't you take profits and make new positions? Because I have already taken profits. I've secured $400,000 on my Bitcoin short, and I don't think that the relief rally will take us back to my average entry on Bitcoin, and therefore I think that we roll over. So I want to maintain this short in the market, because if we just dump from here, well, I will make money on the way down. That's how you want to trade the market. Could we get a Tau pump since Bitcoin is pumping? Yep, of course. I'm still tired, boss. Yeah, guys, I would not be speculating on altcoins in this kind of environment. I'm probably going to stick to trading Bitcoin, especially if it comes to like longing. I'm not going to be you're not going to catch me longing many altcoins in a bear market. Maybe a hype. I'm still in my Tau shorts, and I've taken profits. My stop loss is at break even. I've made 60K on this trade. I'm chilling. I'm chilling. Excellent purchase media. Nice trading, man. Exactly. Get yourself a coffee, mate. I want to catch this on the live. I'd like to see us really pop out. Like right here. We're so close. Keep in mind, guys, if you're a trader and you're a scalper, this is a potential trade setup where we get a move up, acceptance back below, and then we drop. If you're a scalper, this is something to consider. Sweep of the highs, a little bit of a double top, but then I do think that on the pullback, we pop, if we get that pullback. This is possible. I meant I was tired of the bear market. I'm honestly not tired of the bear market because we've been making money like consistently in the bear market. The market conditions don't matter. I'm a Pokemon scalper. Does that count? Not for crypto trading. Do you use Market Cipher? No. Also, daily level there for a scalp. Yep, exactly. Can we just get that pop? 64. Give me 65K on the stream. No pop today. Well, I don't know. I beg to differ. This is a pretty big pop if you ask me, man. What do you think about the top side for July, Matsir? Look, it really depends on how long this price action takes to develop. I think that we're going to experience a very tough time here. So if we just go up straight, then that could bring us as high as $74,000. However, you have to understand that these moving averages do drop, right? Especially, well, with the price action below them, they drop. So if Bitcoin, let's say, in 2018, what we saw was a drop, two green weekly candles in a row, then we had a drop, then we popped up. So if this happens, then this will come down, this will come down, and I think that we're going to top somewhere between, depending on how low it goes, probably like the 2021 all-time high is a good target, which is 69. David G. Wills, yes you can. Oof. Legends, I need to use the washroom once more. BRB. How are we looking? Nothing changed. Nothing changed. Van, you should be able to join on Bluffin. but there's all the exchange options down below. I know some people use VPNs, some people don't use VPNs. It's totally up to you what you use. But I can say with confidence now that the exchanges that I have available should work for 99% of people. This music slaps. I'm glad you like it. I am glad you like it, man. What would you do if you were sidelined right now? What would you be waiting for as the next trade? Alejandro, are you fully sidelined? I'm in so many trades. I mean, if I was sidelined, I would probably either wait for some liquidity to be grabbed to the downside and look for a potential long to play the summer relief rally scenario, or I would wait for a higher time frame push up, speculating on a new low to be formed in the coming months. That's what I would do if I wasn't in any big swing trades. The legend is still live. Of course I am. Guys, we're getting back in the groove of things. I used to do 4-hour live streams for fun. Now we're at 4 hours and 15. I'll probably extend another little bit here. Don't see why not. Things are going well. I just wanted to see if Bitcoin could get a sweep, but look at that, guys. Sometimes we just front run the levels. That's a little bit annoying, to be honest. Because this is the target high. Now we have to wait and see. J Tinman, yes you can. So you just have to DM me on Telegram and we can sort that out. It's taking a little bit longer, so just warning you, but yes, we should be able to do that. How many trades a month do you take? Probably like on average. It really depends on the market conditions. I am not someone who overtrades. So I guess you could say probably like 6 to 8. Probably. Six to 8 in good market conditions. I've gone months where I've taken like 2 trades before. So Man, I'm just reading these comments. Swing trading is about less is more. Exactly. So your average trader will take 0.25 to 1% risk per trade. I usually take between 1 and 5%, but my trades are bigger, but I take less of them. I need 64 today, bro. I don't know, man. Where are you going to watch the game tonight? Pub? Probably. It's at 3 p.m. The game is at 3 p.m. my time, and right now it's 1:40. I wanted to get a quick workout in as well beforehand, so you know, guys, I see the viewers dropping as well. We've been at it for 4 hours and 20 minutes. Tomorrow, I think I will start a little bit earlier. Legends, the longs. The long that I took at 58.1K. The shorts. All of my big swing trades where I've made multiple six figures, all of these trades are shared transparently within my community. If you want to join my community for free, remember you have the first link in the description down below. DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram to join my private group. I might call it there. You guys made a very, very good point. The game is in an hour and 20 minutes. So I got to get a quick workout in. We've been live streaming for 4 hours and 20 minutes. Tomorrow, probably a little bit longer. We'll start earlier. If you enjoyed the content, make sure to smash that like button, subscribe, turn on that post notification bell. Right now, Bitcoin is just grazing the 64K level. We didn't quite make it there yet. I'll keep you updated within the community if anything changes as far as my trades go. And I'll see you in the next video.